But yeah, we will still have to study. Even if it is hot, we'll still have to study, we'll still have to publish, we'll still have to grow, we'll still have to learn, we'll still have to really be ourselves. So that is why I'm here. But make sure that you are with your water, that you have a lot of water to drink, you have a lot of fluid that you drink so you don't get dehydrated. That is not allowed. So you need to drink enough water and get enough rest. So we are still going to be following the Pomodoro section 50-10 today, like every other day. So we'll do 15 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So you are welcome to join, especially for researchers, for students, and all those that want structure in their life. If you want structure, you want to reduce stress while you work, then you need to join us. And today it will only be lasting from now till uh, 3 p.m. We are not going to get to 4 p.m. So it ends 3 p.m. today. So once it's 3 p.m., we wrap up. It's so hot. It's really very hot today. The weather is not that it's not cold. So I need to also go and walk around and stretch. So that is what I'm going to do, because then I'm going to take a longer break. I will still have to return to work maybe 1 hour later, and then I walk around. So you can do that also. Remember that your break is very important. It's something that you should take care of. You should protect your break time, protect your rest time, because your productivity in a way depends on it. Just like every other factors of production, you factor in all those resources that you have, your thinking, the tools that you are using. Then you need to also factor in your break, because that is when you gain clarity. That is how your body relax and re-energize. So your break is very important, which is why we take break 10 minutes every 1 hour. So we take break 50 minutes on top of every hour. If you are joining us during that break, we'll be discussing our memory, how to improve our memory. If your aim is to improve how you think, to think deeper. If your aim is to improve your skill, to learn how to learn faster, then you join us. If your aim is to reduce your forgetfulness, or even to protect yourself from cognitive decline that comes with age, then you can join us, because we'll be doing some memory exercises. They are quite simple. They are things that you can just do easily, and and you see yourself holding on and your brain improving, and you remember more, learning faster than you used to. So those are the things that we do during the break time. And we can also walk around. Sometimes I will just pause, just go out and maybe stretch, walk around. But make sure that you don't sit for more than 3 hours. So if you are sitting with us, make sure that within every 3 hours that you are up and walk around maybe at least 5 minutes. That is very helpful. That is very important. For those that are using screen, then I will give you the advice you will need, because your eyes, if you are a researcher, if you are a student, if you are going to be a writer, your eyes is an asset. So protect it. It's something that should even be insured if you have the money. So try as much as possible to protect your eyes. If you need glasses, go see your optician, your ophthalmologist, and all those that are taking care of your eyes. Then for yourself, you need to protect your eyes from the screen. They are not too friendly. So you intermittently take your eyes off the screen and look further ahead, maybe from your window or wherever you are standing, and see how far you can see from where you are standing, and try to readjust your focus. That is very important to your sight. So don't just keep looking at the screen forever. That is not helpful. You see many people now, they don't see things below this length. They'll just, everything is like this. They will have to put it this way, because that is the length and distance they keep their phones, and that is how far their sight can go clearly, because now the sight, your eyes has readjusted to it. So try as much as possible to take your eyes off the screen, then you look further ahead to see things around you and adjust your sight and protect your eyes. That is important. Again, aside resting, you will need to also eat well. That's very important. If keeping your memory intact is your goal, and you want to grow old and still remember things, still remember people around you, then you will need to protect your eating, protect the way you eat the right things, and make sure that you take care of your eating. Don't just eat anyhow, and don't starve yourself. Don't think that oh, I don't have time. You know, so many people don't have time to eat. but that is not the right way, because if you don't have time to eat, you are destroying the most important factor in your production equation. So try as much as possible to take care of yourself, and that involves eating and resting. So eat well, rest well. Then when you study, it will be easier for you to comprehend it. A tired brain can do very little. Once your brain is tired, it's going to be forgetting things more than it is accepting it. So try to rest. Again, you need to know that once you don't rest, your brain is not going to process the information, because your brain needs rest and sleep to process the information that you've been gathering, the things that you've been seeing, the things that you've been studying. You need rest to process it. So rest is very important. It's very important. So rest, make sure that you sleep, make sure that you eat very well. So we are starting now. Every 50 minutes on top of the hour, we'll be on the break, and we'll be discussing our memory, discussing our productivity and how to improve our memory. So we start now. Let's see how much we achieved before it's 10:50. And thank you for being there, for your support. Put this lights on. This little back here. Put it on. This is 10:50 now, and it's time for us to rest. It's time for us to grab a break. It's time for us to stretch. So if you're there, you can go for a walk. You can also sit here and chat with us. Those are the things that you can do during your break. And if you know any other way you can relax, you can do that. Maybe take a nap or meditate or pray. That depends on what you want to do, but all you need to do is to take your eyes and your hands off the main job, of the main task that you are doing. So you relax and give your mind the break it needs to process the information that is very important. So for me, I'm here. If you have any question, you can put it in the chat. If there is anything you want us to discuss, then we can just talk about that. So let's just look at memory and what it is. When you hear people's memory, maybe you just say, oh, that's a weak memory, or the person is forgetful, oh, he's very forgetful, that person, oh, is always forgetting. Please call to remind. What comes to mind? What do you think? What comes to your mind when you hear such thing? Oh, that person is very forgetful, or even you, maybe you are very forgetful. You're asking yourself, oh, I think I came to this room to pick up something, but I don't think I remember what it is, and it's happening often. So, what comes to mind? Uh, do you think it's a medical condition, is something that you should go and see the doctor? Do you think it's something that has to do with your day-to-day activity, how stressed you are, and how much work you have to do? Then, do you just think it's not okay, it's going to improve on its own? I don't need to put my mind to it. So, what comes to mind when you hear that, especially about another person, that oh, that person has a weak memory? What comes to mind? So let's look at our memory and what we ought to keep and how much we can keep. Human memory is so big, it's enough to contain the information that you'll be walking around for a lifetime. And if you check, some of the things that you did while you were young is still there, and some of the things that you are still going to do is still there. So it's such a big capacity processor. Is very big. It's something that can serve you. So it depends on how you use it. So we look at our forgetfulness now, and we should ask ourselves questions around what is causing it and how did we get there. And you are struggling to learn, how did we get there, what happened, what went wrong. I know when you ask adults those questions, they can easily answer it. They'll just tell you it's because, oh, I have so much responsibility, it's because I'm thinking about this and that. But let's just break it down to see how we got to that place. You know that your mind receive the information as you read, as you see, or maybe you study, you listen. So it will get the information from there, and it gets to your brain. That is where it is kept. That is where it is stored in your brain, and the neurons will form the pathways that you will retrieve it from when you want to retrieve it, so it can come out. It doesn't, if it goes in and never come out, then you did not learn anything. So your neurons will have to form a pathway where through which you get it out when you want it. So let's look at why we are forgetful. If you are asked, maybe compare to people this age, or maybe when you met your parents or your grandparents when they were younger, and people now, who amongst us, is it those then or now that are more forgetful? But I will tell you that people now are more forgetful than ever. uh, Not because they are less intelligent, not because they are lazy, but because of where we found ourselves. We found ourselves in already buttered bread. We don't need to spread the butter, so we just have it. So everything is at our beck and call. We have easy answers, unlike in the olden days. You want to get the answers, you have to go and ask an expert, you have to go to the cafe, you have to go through so much to get the answer that you need. But now you can get easy answers just by sitting where you are and opening your phone, and you will see what you want to see. So that's how easy it is. And now you will ask yourself, does it still hold that adage, information is power? No, it doesn't hold. I think they will need to really see a way to restructure it, because we are so informed in this era. We have so much information, but how much of it are we using? How much of it is important to us? How much of it can we implement? This is because we don't even have the time to process the information. Though we have every support, though we have every technology to reduce the drudgery, to reduce the time that we spend doing those things, time that we spend doing research, time that we spend typing and writing, you can just say it and something else is going to transcribe it. So we should have enough time to take care of ourselves. But the irony of it is that during this time, we don't have the time. Many people don't have the time. They are very busy. And what are you busy doing? Busy pressing phone, busy watching this and that. And there are so many of such things that are calling your attention. There are so many. You don't need to even go looking for them. They will come, they will flash on your phone, and you start watching, and they are free. That's what we think is free. No, it's not free. We are paying, and what we pay, the currency we are paying is called attention. So when you pay that your attention, you learn more, which you learn less. You gather more information but less knowledge. That's just it. Now you have seen it, or you recognize it. Oh, I think I've seen this, I think I've seen that, but you don't understand it because your brain doesn't have the time to process it. You keep going from one to 100. You learn new things, and you see new things. Not learning really. You keep seeing new things that keep popping up, and your brain is now handling so much that it doesn't have the time to process the information. So it will start skipping them, treating them as if they don't matter. And at the end, we see ourselves where we are, which is what we are seeing now. So let's look at some of the exercises that we can do. This is 3 minutes to the end of the break. So there are some exercises that we can do to help ourselves to improve our retention ability, ability to retain information, ability to remember and retrieve information. It's not just encoding. So we are talking about from encoding the information, that's taking it from the environment, from the learning, from the studies, from the speech and the thoughts, to the memory, then storing it there and retrieving it when it matters. That is what the memory is all about. It's not just you seeing it. When you see it and you did not pay attention, you did not do the right thing, it's not going to store. And when you did not store it, there is nothing to retrieve. So these three things work together, and you must take care of them at each stage. How you encode the information, how you store the information, and how you retrieve the information. And this comes with a lot of practice, which is quite easy if you put your mind to it. So the first exercise we are going to be doing now is should I call it the memory lane exercise? Let's just go through a memory lane. I don't know which. Let's just think about an event or something that you still remember in your childhood. Can you describe it? I want to describe, if it's an event, can you describe what happened in that event? And can you describe maybe the people that were involved, they were putting on? So we are trying to see how deep and how well developed is the nerves that is storing this information. That's testing out a long-term memory. So I want you to think through that your childhood and see any event or whatever that you think, oh, this is what I remember vividly. And I want you to really start painting a picture of it, telling a story of it in your mind. What happened? What was the emotion? Why is it that you can't forget it? And the people that were involved. So after that, I want you to, if there are people involved in it that you still know, you can ask them questions around that area, and you see that some of them still remember those things. And you might be able to see, okay, I still remember clearly. Sometimes you might not remember, but give your mind the break it needs. That's the time to struggle, the time it needs to go through the nerves, to the pathways to pull it out. And if you can pull it out, then you have learned, you have studied, and that is going to trigger in your brain the ability to store information. It's going to trigger the ability of your brain to pay attention to things that matters, knowing that, okay, maybe after 50 years, after 40 years, after 30 years or 10 years, 5 years, that it will be called upon to bring it forth. So it's to pay attention, and attention is something that you should be very, very should I say, I shouldn't use that word, but miserly about. Be careful what you pay your attention to, because it's worth more than any money that you know. The attention is very, very scarce, and everything, every product, every advert, whatever you see, every flash and every notification, they are all looking for that currency called attention. So keep it well and protect it. This is 11 a.m. So we are going back to our deep work time. We are going to do another 15 minutes of deep work. Then we return to this chat. And if you have anything that you want us to talk about, you can put it in the chat and we'll talk about it later. Yeah, so it's our break time. This is 11:50. It's 11:50. It's time for us to stretch, walk around, and maybe if you have your water or drink, you can keep hydrated, and yeah, let's start. That's a good way to also spend the break. So, is there anything that you want us to chat? You can put it in the chat there. Um, so for them that are there, please, we can just tap, share, and let's chat. Let's talk about our memory and the things that we can do to improve our studies, especially for those of us that are lifelong learners. If you are a lifelong learner, you want to be active, you want to keep your brain working even through the age. Um, you want to be 70 and still think. You want to be 80 and still contribute meaningfully. So there is need for you to be intentional about your brain, to be intentional about your memory, to check in on your memory each day to know how you're doing. So I will ask that question: how good is your memory today? Is it better than it used to be 5 years ago? Is it better than it used to be 10 years ago? Is it getting worse or getting better? So you can just put it in there based on your own assessments of how forgetful you are now or how easy it is for you to learn and remember things. So if you can easily remember things now, that is really fantastic for whoever it is. And because many people I know are very forgetful now. I know some people don't even know the days of the week. Many are asking, is today Sunday, is today Monday? Many don't even know which day it is anymore or the date. You'll be surprised if you go. Maybe you can just do the experiments today. Ask up to 10 people, what is today's date? And you'll be surprised what you will hear. You'll see so many people struggling to remember today's date. But this is what we normally do. Maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you will always know which day it is and which dates you will know. Okay, that this is Monday, this is Tuesday, this is, those are the things that we took it for granted really, because we know that we must know. You will have to know which day is it. You also have to write down the dates. But we have phones now, we have external memory, so we don't even bother to think about it, and that is really affecting our thinking, it's affecting our memory. I remember, I'm just going to reiterate it again. A weak memory is not something you want to deal with, because no matter how good the tools are, no matter how good your teacher is, no matter how good the product is, it will not help you, because you need your memory to draw from and you need your memory to learn. It's very important that you have a good memory. So try as much as possible to build up your memory, to strengthen your memory, to remember things. You know, there are some people I can say, I still remember my age term. That's of blessed memory of my grandfather. You ask him questions that he will remember things that happened so long. He knows where the boundaries are. He knows who owes what, the name of this person, and he was very particular about knowing people's name. And now you can see how forgetful people are now, that even after a meeting, everybody has introduced themselves. You can just try that out yourself today. If you attend a meeting and there are up to 10 people and they've all introduced themselves, after 30 minutes, ask yourself, how many of them can you still remember their names? If you meet them on the way, will you remember uh, what they look like? And if you had a meeting, maybe any meeting you had this week, can you remember what they were all putting on? Can you remember the color, at least the color? If you don't know whether it was a cotton material or whatever material, do you remember the color of the clothes that they were putting on? Do you remember what they said they were doing? Maybe the work they were doing, and they introduced themselves. Because now, you know, that shows that you care. That shows that you pay attention. You know, when we write our resumes, we always say, okay, you pay attention to details. That details matters also to you. That is a plus. But many of us, details don't matter anymore. We just want the result, and to see the result is enough. So you need to ask yourself, how good is your memory now? Are you is your memory very good that you can remember the names of those that you met this week? Can you remember maybe 5 people, those new people that you, those are the people that you haven't known, the people that you don't work with, the new, maybe strangers you met on the way or in church, in the shop, and they introduce themselves. Do you remember their names? Can you remember their names? If you can, that's good. If you can't, give it time and see if you can remember their name. And what you can do to remember is to revisit the information each time. Try to revisit the information after the meeting. Sit down and summarize what happened. Sit down and summarize what was discussed, the highlights, and try to remember the name and then associate the name to the faces of the people that were in attendance. Try to remember the color of their wares, and try to remember what each person contributed. So that is a way also to strengthen your memory. That's a way to exercise your memory. So do that each time, and your brain will take notes that yes, you will need to pay attention when it comes to meetings, and you see yourself improving. And if you pay attention to how much you hold, if you pay attention to how much you remember, you see you start improving, you start strengthening your memory pathways. So we are talking about how to encode information. This is the first thing I will say now. Okay, after that we have like 2 minutes. Then we'll give the exercise how we encode information. So that is for those that wants to improve themselves. If your aim is to strengthen your own memory, you don't want to just depend on every new technology that flies by, every good writing app. Even with all these writing app, I've tried so many of them. You will get so many in the market. I mean, those that are very good, but they cannot be better than your own ingenuity. Just put me right anywhere. They cannot be better than your ingenuity. You need to be very strong in your thinking to use them well. If you're not strong, they are going to dish out generic terms, generic things that looks like they are real, things that looks very funny, but actually it's not unique. So you will need to have a good memory. You need to have a good thinking ability to use these games, to use these tools, to use these technologies. You have to have your own thinking power to sift through the information to know, okay, this is right, this is not right, especially for those in research. That is one thing I'm saying. For my students, I'm not afraid you use any of those technologies. I will encourage you to use them, but you need to be very smart. You need to be smarter than those technologies for you to prove your worth in it. Because if it is just what the technology can do, and there is no ingenuity, there is nothing new in it, then you didn't contribute anything. So you will need to be very smart to use it. So there is no need discouraging people from doing all those things. Please encourage them to engage in discussion with all those AI or whatever, and you will see how good you are. So you can compete with those out there. That is very, very important. And let me tell you, if you're in research, I don't know if you've heard of that hallucination or whatever. They will give you things. Most times the AI is going to produce information that looks as if it is correct, but most times they are incorrect. They mix fire. If I have discussion with it, because for me, that's how I discuss when I'm talking with people, when I'm reading books. I'm not just reading the story. I'm not just talking with that person to listen to only the idea, but I'm also evaluating the thinking and the thought process of that person. So when you go through that with the AIs, you'll find out that some of them, they will misfire. They are going to bring out information that looks real, but those that knows it deeply will know that it is not correct. Those that knows it deeply will know that this is just a peripheral, should I say, it's just a basic knowledge in that area. So you need to be deep, you need to be prepared to be better than them, to really make good use of them. That's the only way you can guide them to get what you want. So it's not like, oh, they have brought something that will replace my thinking. And the more it replaces your thinking, the less of a thinking being you become. So try as much as possible to depend on yourself. Develop your own thinking is very, very important. And for your exercise, I want you to remember the new people that you met today, this week, just a week from now. That's from Thursday last week till now. New people that you met, at least 10 of them, and remember their names. Try to see if you had any discussion with them, the highlights of that discussion. So this is 12 p.m. and we are going back to our deep work time. During the deep work time, I wanted to focus on what brought you to this in this space and invite others. During the break, we continue with our discussion. So, happy walking and please stay hydrated. And so this is another break time. It's time for us to go on a break and to relax. So it has been um, 3 hours. Okay, that's 2 hours, 50 minutes. So this is our break time. You can go for your lunch and you can also stay here and chat with us. But it's quite good that you walk around and improve your circulation. That is what is important. You need to improve your circulation. Walk around, give your brain the rest it needs. Your brain needs rest to process the information that you have been gathering, what you've been reading. You need to process it, to hold it. For you to keep it in your brain, you will need rest. So rest is important, and also food is important. To make sure that you eat well, make sure that you rest well. That is quite important, and that's the link that is missing in most people, that in most messages about memory. People are just teaching you how to close your eyes, do this and all those in order to improve your memory. But they have forgotten that the basis is actually you need to rest the brain. You will need to also feed it well, because you are going to become what you eat. It's very important that you eat well. So eat the right food. It's not just eating. You don't just eat everything. Like you don't put every kind of petrol in your car, every kind of fuel. Maybe your car is using diesel. If you're not careful, you can put petrol in it. You know what will happen. So you need to be very selective in what you eat. So eat the right food, and also rest when you ought to rest. So thank you to Home of Beauty. I see you. I was working then. Thank you for your support in all that you've been doing. I'm so grateful for the tapping, for the sharing, for the gifts. I said thank you, and for every other one that is supporting. If you are there with us, thank you for coming. You are invited. So bring along other people that wants to talk about the memory, how to improve our productivity, how to study, how to improve your memory so you reduce forgetfulness. And also if you are running from cognitive decline, that is a space, this is a space for you. So you join us and strengthen your memory, strengthen your neurological pathways in the brain that holds whatever information that you are learning. So it's very important. So this is a break time. Remember that you can go for your lunch, you can walk around, you can take a nap, short nap. You know, many people think it's only when it's night you need to rest. No, you can take short naps in between, just power nap, 10 minutes. It will do a lot of things for you. It's going to settle your brain, it's going to help you process the information, it's going to help you renew your energy. So it's very important. And for those that think that rest is a luxury, no, it's part of being productive. It's part of you knowing that yes, you need it to gain the clarity that you need. It's a wise man that knows that rest is important. So don't think it's a luxury, something you do when you already finished everything. You will never be able to finish whatever you want to do on earth. You always have a plan, you always have something to do. So take rest. It's just like I was discussing with my auntie the other day. So maybe when you finish this, you rest. I said, no, you rest when you plan to rest, because if you wait till you finish, you might not be able to finish on earth, which means you will never have rest. So take a break when you want to take a break, and that ranges from short breaks like 10 minutes, 5 minutes break, to sleeping at night, to taking a short break from work, maybe going on a leave, going on a holiday. So those are very important, and make sure that you treat yourself well, because you are the most important part of your productivity journey. If you want to be productive, you need to take care of yourself. You need need to take care of your food, you need to take care of your rest. And then when you read, it will be easier for you to comprehend. But if you are not resting, then you will know that you understand it. If you've tried it, you will see that yes, you're making progress, but at what rate are you making that progress, and what are you losing, and what is the level of your stress? And when you look at that, you see that it doesn't pay to keep going on and on. But when you take short breaks, you see yourself improving, you see yourself understanding easily. So you just have to uh, learn where the balance lies, where the line between overworking yourself and working at the right amount is. So you reduce the stress. And once you reduce the stress, you see that you'll be healthier and you'll be more productive and you work longer. You have a longer working life. Like you wouldn't break down, you don't need to be rushed to the hospital. I know that accident happens, but let it be an accident. Let it not be that you overstress yourself. No, don't go that way. You need to rest when you ought to rest. Make it a priority to choose your rest. Choose your rest time and choose how you rest. Don't allow people to determine or to dictate when you rest. They'll tell you, okay, this is the break time and all those. Oh, you can use this break time to help us finish this. You can do this overtime, my dear. Those overtime, when you calculate it and everything that you're losing, most times it's not worth the trouble. So rest. When you ought to rest, because there is no rest really on earth. So you need to be very intentional about it. Choose the time to rest, to take power nap, to visit a family, to chat. Those are things that are important to us. You might not have time to do it at the end of the day because you think, oh, when I retire, when you retire, maybe those your friends that you wanted to chat with, they are no longer there. So what did you achieve? So you will need to really plan your life and have the right balance and rest when you ought to rest. So for the exercise this afternoon, I want us to bring out that list that we made yesterday. I said you should look through your mind and make a list, your grocery list, your personal effect list, whatever you need to buy or you think that you need in your home, then you make the list. So today I'm going to be giving you an assignment. You have already gone home, you know if it is right or wrong, the list that you made. By now the results should be out. If you missed the important things, maybe you didn't know that oh your salt is finished, you didn't know that oh you needed to buy your shower gel, so and it wasn't in the list, or maybe you even put them all, then congratulations to you. So if you have done that list, what I want you to do is after you looked at that list today, I want you to keep it at home, then go without the list to the shop and see if you will remember everything in that list and shop, because there you will see that you'll be able to task your brain, because you don't want to come back and find out that yes, that you've missed something important. So because I've told you this now, your brain is going to start working to memorize, to remember everything in that list. Please do that. If you're not going to shop today, even if you're going to shop tomorrow or next, or whenever you're going to shop this week, make sure to leave that list at home and see if you can remember everything in that list as you shop. So that is the second assignment I want you to do. And for this afternoon also, there is something I want you to do a little different. It's not like what you do every day, it's something a little different. I want you to really sit down and think through what you have done this month. I don't know if you had a plan, and see what really succeeded, what worked and what did not work out. If they did not work out, why? I want you to think through, some people, their life is just like every day they wake up, in the evening they sleep, and they are working every time without even knowing what is working and what is not working. And at the end, they have nothing to show for it, or they have something to show for it, but with at what price. So you need to sit down and say, okay, if I was, let's just say for me, I'm planning to do some publications. Okay, I've been writing, I've been doing this 2 days every week, and some days, Mondays, and all those. So, what time was I more productive than the other time? What worked and what did not work? You need to really evaluate those things. And I want you to also evaluate some of those technologies or tools that you have acquired, and see if you needed more help with them, or if they worked, if they did not work, if they were worth it. So you just have to sit down and think through what has happened within a month in your life, not just what happens to others. And importantly, I want you to look at the emotion that you've had this month. Have you been happy? If your life is played like a film and we are all there to watch it, will you be happy that you are seeing what is happening in your life? Is that how you want to live? Is it looking like you are on survival mode all through, or is it looking like you are living the life you want to live? You know, some of these things you call it into existence, those things that be not as if they are, and they will come into existence. If you want to live a life of ease, then you have to plan it. You have to, like I told myself, no matter what it is, I don't want to look like my stress. I don't want to look like my troubles. I don't. What I want to look like is what I've painted for myself, and that is how it will go, whether the things around me agree with it or not. So I want you to look at your life, just play it back 1 month. Have you been on survival mode? And if you have been on survival mode for up to that 1 month, then it's very stressful. You will need to reevaluate how you are living and maybe set a goal and follow it. So this is 1 p.m. and we are going back to our deep work time. And if you have anything to discuss with us, you can put it in the chat. And thank you to everyone who are beauty. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the gift. And who else is there? Not Mom Hub and yeah, Mom Hub. Thank you for being there. And Queen Aura, thank you for being there. Sisters 213 and everyone that is there, thank you for being there. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for supporting. So we are in our deep work time now, and we reduce every distraction. We'll be speaking again once is 150. So this is our break time once again. This is 1:50 p.m. So we are on break now. You can go for a walk. You can just stand and walk around and stretch. You can take a power nap. Actually, you can just put your head on your desk and take a power nap and just relax your mind. You can join us in the chat. We are having a little chat about the right questions that we or to ask, and maybe we ask in this space, maybe it's time we start discussing the difficult questions, the things that really matters. Maybe if you have contribution that you can put through it, like um, the last time I think I put on that, that's the highlight. Is AI important to us? Is it very helpful, or is it not helpful? So it's time we start discussing um, such topics, especially for those in academics, is something that people are just going round and round. It is here to stay. It's something that we have to deal with. It's something that we have to deal with in so many ways. Even it's been introduced in the hospital. I can still remember a letter they sent to me from the hospital. They say, "Oh, that forgive every mistake because it was." Written by AI. So as I was speaking, it was picking up as the discussion was going on. It was picking up the discussion and making analysis. That's how far we've gone. And when you look at it, there are so many things that I didn't say that were there, and there are so many things that we discussed that were left out. That is just, I know it's still at that stage that is going through improvement, but it has come to stay. So it's high time we start discussing it. If you're in the academics, if you are a researcher, if you a scholar, it's time we start discussing that. It has come to stay. I know that the change is so fast. It's happening very fast. Many people are resisting it. It's like something that we can resist. But I think what we should do is not to resist it, is to evaluate the impact of this on human society, on individuals, on families, on human psychology, on the brain, and maybe on lifespan and so forth. So that depends on the area you are working on. So those are the things that we can start exploring. And I mean, that's a big thing that we can just put on the table and discuss about it. But if it is um, if it has come to stay, yes, it has. There is no two ways about it. We can't fight that. It has come like the computer came and the typewriter is gone. Many of us, I know that many children never knew how the typewriter works. When you used to make mistake while typing, you have to either, if you want it very clean, depending on the office you're submitting it to, you have to start typing again, or you have to use the tippers or whatever. I don't know what it's called in the country. You add the correcting fluid to correct it, and allow it to dry, then you type the correcting on it. So, and you need to learn how to set your paper, you need to learn how to type, it wasn't that easy, but once you know how it goes, it's still the same way we type now, but it's quite easier now because you can just use your delete, you can just use your backspace and so many things, so you don't need to fight with it anymore. That is how the improvement has been. And you can also ask questions, like for me, I ask questions from those that were working in the days of old, how they managed it. And you will see that they had professional typists, they have those that were taking, secretaries, they were well trained for taking notes. So they use the shorthand, the Pitman shorthand, and to take notes. So, and they were typing very fast. So they were graded based on how many words per second. I can still remember that, how many words per second they type. So that is how we have progressed. And this is where we are now, that everybody, you are now your own typist, you do your own thing, your own self. So you buy your own machine. Then it wasn't that affordable, it wasn't that cheap that everybody will have a typewriter. I can still remember how beautiful those ink used to smell. And when they use the stencils to roll the paper, and when it's exam time, I can still remember because my mom was in education also, so I understand. They have students, so when it's time for exam, they will have to print, like we do now. You print papers, you print like 200 copies, you print 300 copies of that exam paper. You ask yourself, how were they doing it? If they were using typewriter to do it, do they have to type every one of them? No. After they type the original one of it, that's before the photocopy. I don't know how many of us that remember that. Then they will have to roll it. They will go and use the stencils to roll it. So they will put it and then roll so many copies of it and then cut it. Then exam starts. That's how it used to be. So it wasn't that easy. We've really progressed from this. What I'm saying is just in the 90s, in the 90s, in the early 90s, you see those stencils being rolled and the ink smelled very, it's very inky. And yeah, that's how it used to be. And when you are signing your invoice, you have the carbon paper. Those things are going out of style, is going out of stock, and many children don't understand that. So it's good you also look through how education has progressed. All those teaching aids, how it has progressed, and the things that we used to use and what we are using now, you'll see that yes, the change has been very fast, which I understand. That is the reason why people are fighting some of these changes, and they are not fighting it for no, should I say, it's not just for nothing, because when you look at how forgetful people are now, you look at I think those that are in the neurologist section, they should also look at how the brain has changed for some time. I don't know if that happened, but they should also look at that to see if anything has in that area has happened, because I know that yes, how we used to think is quite different from how we are thinking now. I'm very sure of that one, because now you just need to know where to find the answer. You need to know which tools to learn, so you keep learning new tools. And yeah, so we have so much exposure to information than we had. It's too much now. I mean, you have so much, and you need to keep abreast of time and of technology. If you are working, you see those older ones, those that are 60 and above, those that are 70, how they struggle with the computer. I mean, it's real. And for those that were born around 2000, those that were, yeah, they were born with the technology. So it's quite easy for them. So they understand it and it's easy. So you see the struggle. And now when you start evaluating them using the same criteria, you have there will be a mistake, because now the other ones, they depended mostly on their own power with slow learning and some technology that, should I call it now, semi-automated. And now we have this turn key that yes, you just need to turn the key, and from the start to the end of the process, it will just be done. So that's how far we've gone. We don't know what will happen in the next 20 years. We don't know what will happen in the next 10 years. But fingers crossed, we'll still be human. That is just one thing I know. And it's time that you wake yourself up to control your own very self, to be in control of your own thinking, to be in control of your own intelligence, of your own analysis. Because if you are not careful, these robots and everything might really direct you the way they want. And let me tell you, if you people are 10 and 20 and you don't ask genuine questions and you don't do your thing from your own brain, you almost get the same answer. That is how it will go. It's garbage in, garbage out. It's always that way. So you need to really strengthen your own thinking. You need to strengthen your own mind, your memory, your ability to think deeply, your ingenuity as a human being, because our experiences are different and the way we understand things after the teaching should be different. So you bring your own ingenuity to the table to make your work, should I say, genuine and unique. That is what all those publishers are looking for. That is what all those people that wants to employ you to use your work, that is what they are looking for. And is it different from what is already out there? And if you are just depending on, whenever you go to some of these hosts, some of these creators, some of these, I don't know, I don't want to go deep. They will just go to ChatGPT, just go to there and they will bring out that, my dear, have you asked yourself, that thing that it will bring, is it up to standard? Is it something that makes sense? Things that will grab, it might grab people's attention for a few times, but does it really contribute to knowledge? Does it really contribute to the society growing up? And does it really help humans, their knowledge and all those? I know that meaningful things sometimes doesn't really make wave, but yes, we still have to think and be meaningful. That's very, very important. So strengthen your own knowledge, strengthen your neurological pathways in the brain, strengthen it and strengthen your thinking so you can think deeply. And when you can think well, you can use those tools properly. And there is no helping a weak memory. There is no helping it, no matter the tools. So you need to have a very good memory, strong memory. It will not only reduce how much you forget, it's going to improve and increase how fast and how good you learn. So we have come to the end of this break time. We are now in the last section for today. Like I promised it to end by 3, and that doesn't mean it's ended. Even for me, I'll just take a bigger break, then return, but I will not be live again then. So we have to focus and really focus and concentrate. Put your attention on what matters. Your attention is very expensive. That is why they are all calling your attention, whether it is beeping green, beeping red, beeping orange. They are all those notifications. They are all looking for your attention, and your attention is the most scarce commodity in this era we are in. So use it well. So let's go and see how much we achieve before it's 3 p.m. So we've come to the end of today's study workspace. It has been a lovely time well spent. So we spent 5 hours complete. So we started 10 and we are ending by 3. So if you're here, you can go walk around, have a rest. Even if you're going to continue, make sure that you take a short break in between. That is important. Remember to rest during this weekend. I want you to take yourself serious. How do you do that? Is to take care of yourself. So remember that you are the most important part of your productivity story. So take care of yourself. Make sure you rest when you ought to rest and sleep when you should, and eat well. And for those of you that have been seeing my Rainbow Feast, you can go there and maybe check it out if you have children and maybe write a review and support in whatever way you can. Thank you for being there, and remember that you should check in on yourself also to see how you are doing mental wise, and to check in on your memory to see how you are doing. So I will end it now. And now that I'm ending it, they are bringing this puzzle. Let me just solve it and end it. Yeah. So it has been a lovely time. So I will say bye at this point. If you have any question on how to improve your memory, how to improve your productivity, how to study, how to improve your retention ability. If you are studying, you want to remember the things that you studied, you can just ask questions. So bye and see you. Next week. No, next week I won't be able to do it next week. So I'll be dropping the information also. If there is anything, you can just ask. Bye.